Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Each. Ni. San. Chi. Go. Welcome. We have signal. I think this is pretty good. I think this is decent. I hope that the mic quality is maybe slightly improved. We're still trying to figure out a good balance to have this mic at. Mic check. 1 2. Mic check. 1 2. Figuring out a good place for this mic. And so we are back, and this week is gonna be a bit of a doozy. We're gonna have Le Mans, the best racetrack in the world, in my humble opinion. Truly, the holy grail of all motorsports, the Le Mans 24-hour. But obviously, we're not gonna be racing for 24 hours. This is Gran Turismo 7, and endurance races don't exist in Gran Turismo 7. We all know this. And this one is a bit special too. We got for this week's daily races. We can only use the this is daily C. This is race C for this week. And as part of the races, race cars that can be used are the newer model hypercars, or the Group 1 cars. So no VGTs are going to be in this race, but also no Group C cars are also not going to be in this race. A bit of a shame, but because I would really love to rip the R92CP, one of my favorite personal Group C cars, to exist in this game. But nonetheless, we're gonna use some hybrid diesel shenanigans, because as you know, Audi kind of said, why not throw a diesel? So we have diesel hypercars. Ain't that wild? The best form of race cars isn't exactly the high revving motors that we know of. It's diesel. Very wild, but also kind of speaks ingenuity. Because like in a endurance race, you're not really too concerned with how fast your car can go. You want to have the least amount of pit stops possible, and which also includes better fuel mileage. So yeah, diesel makes sense. It's pretty cool car. But before we go into all that jazz, I do want to watch a video. And this is gonna be by a very classic person in the Gran Turismo creation sphere. So let's turn on our model. To be seeing me in a little bit. There we are. Right. We are currently going to record a reaction to Raffle Waffle. Raffle Waffle is a very prominent um, Gran Turismo creator. He's really good at what he does. I like his videos a lot. He may not be the biggest because when it comes to like Gran Turismo content creation, I believe that not a lot of people are into the whole you know, docu, or not really docu essay, but just more essay than anything else. This is still technically a docu essay, I guess. It's, you know, documentary slash stuff. But we'll see. This one's a pretty long one. It's a pretty big doozy one. But it's also about Gran Turismo 3, and I really like Gran Turismo 3. It's not my first Gran Turismo, but it certainly is the most memorable one for me. That being said, gonna shift, display capture, and to make sure we get no funny Discord noises, we'll close that out. Oh no. Excuse me for a second, my headphones decided to just spontaneously combust. There we go. We are back. Alright, so let's get to it. We are going to react to Raffle Waffle in another league, Gran Turismo 3. I've seen the other two that he has, and they are both pretty brilliant. I guess these are like overall criticisms of the games that were prior to Gran Turismo 7. Because I guess like his whole shtick is that he's kind of like the doomer of Gran Turismo 7, like the bona fide doomer of Gran Turismo 7. But you know, like if you actually watch his content, it's not all negatives that he ever spews about Gran Turismo 7. There are some positives about Gran Turismo 7, and I also share the same beliefs. But I guess now he decides to do like a retrospective review on all the other ones. Obviously, he's not taking into account to how these games have aged. Um, it was really hard to ignore that with the first two, considering they were PS1 games. But I wonder what he's going to do with this one. It's probably a lot more easier to ignore the age of Gran Turismo 3 compared to the first two, simply because it's a PS2 game and Polyphony really stepped up their graphical fidelity uh, since those two. Right, so I think that's enough of a preamble for this video. Let's get to it.
Many thanks to my supporters on Patreon. If you'd like to join them, check the link in the description. But now, enjoy the video. Welcome back to Gran Turismo Origins.
Check
This is
audio.
an ongoing series where I'm diving into each of the first 6 mainline GT games. In my opinion, these games define what Gran Turismo is, and yet they all differ from each other in many different ways. These videos are my way of making sense of everything as we fully dissect these games. We're covering pretty much every aspect of them, from the menus and music to the fundamental game design. But not only are we looking back at them retrospectively, we're also considering how they were viewed at the time. By doing all of this, hopefully we can gain a deeper understanding on what makes these games tick, and how each of them fits into the broader story of this series. Today, we're looking at GT's transition to the next generation with Gran Turismo 3.
Personally, one of my favorites in the entire.
The third entry in this series was teased as early as September 1999. With the unveiling of the PlayStation 2 at the Tokyo Game Show that year, so too came word on Gran Turismo 2000. The name implied when the game was planning to release, possibly as a launch title for the console. GT2000 being so prominent in the unveiling really spoke volumes about the confidence Sony had in this series. Bear in mind that by this point, Gran Turismo 2 hadn't even released yet. Anyway, along with this unveiling, onlookers were treated to a short trailer previewing the game and its enhanced visuals. For many people, the next Gran Turismo was the clear standout of Sony's showcase, some outlets even going as far to call it the best looking game ever. As the months rolled on, GT2000's overhauled graphics and driving physics were showcased further. In a March 2000 interview, series producer Kazunori Yamauchi revealed some very interesting possibilities with the PS2, such as changeable weather, car damage simulation, and even detailed interiors. The only drawback was that as a result of the increased fidelity now possible on the PS2, production times increased dramatically. Where GT2 had over 650 car models, it was soon revealed that GT2000 was targeting a far more modest 150, roughly the same as the original game. However, even despite this reduction in size, Polyphony were keen to stress that the game would still take over from where GT2 left off, carrying across features like rally racing and introducing new and interesting cars and tracks. With the game fast approaching its Winter 2000 deadline and more delays due to come, the title was officially renamed to Gran Turismo 3. Ultimately, Sony knew that if the game lived up to its promise, it was capable of being a system seller, so it was worth giving the PD team a bit more time to fully polish it. Beyond just being enjoyable to play, one of the targets of this game was to fully make use of the new hardware. Online connectivity was touted as one of the PS2's new features, and as one of, if not the flagship game of the console, GT3 was planned to make use of this as well, although it wouldn't be included at launch. Instead, a separate online version of the game was planned to release sometime later. It might not have ended up as a launch title, but GT3 still released fairly early into the PS2's life, April 2001 in Japan and July 2001 in most other regions. Given the massive generational leap between the PS1 and PS2, the hype for GT3 was off the scale. I almost feel like Polyphony could have released anything with these graphics and driving physics, and the game would have been a smash hit regardless. But simplifying GT3 to just those two aspects doesn't really tell us that much about the inherent quality of the game in the long term. It still had to live up to the previous two games with their deep and rewarding gameplay systems, whilst having noticeably less content than its direct predecessor. So let's dive into what Gran Turismo 3 really has to offer.
And in my opinion, it basically delivered. Like, the amount of content that you had for Gran Turismo 3 was pretty astronomical, considering how less cars that Gran Turismo 3 was working with when when you if you played Gran Turismo 2. Like, a lot of games wouldn't return, like a lot of the cars in Gran Turismo 2 wouldn't return until Gran Turismo 4. So uh but that also made the single player experience of Gran Turismo 3 so much more compelling, in my personal opinion. Because that means you had to you were kind of, you had no choice but to use the cars that you had for a lot longer. So the cars that you picked really meant something. Because granting credits in Gran Turismo 3 was not easy. Um, Still easier than Gran Turismo 7, but maybe not easier is the correct way to say it, but a lot less mundane, that's for sure. And personally, I like the overall aesthetic of Gran Turismo 3 compared to some of the later games.
You'll be pleased to know that it isn't just the on-track stuff that was enhanced in GT3. There's also a noticeable upgrade when it comes to the presentation. I think the menu design looks really slick, preview images in the dealership feel very authentic, and the new custom-made event banners add so much personality. Honestly, by comparison, the PS1 games look kinda rudimentary. I mean, compare the arcade mode menu from GT2 to the one from GT3.
This right here was so peak. It was so good. It was simple but dynamic, and it hasn't been replicated since. Such a shame.
It's kind of ridiculous just how many things on this screen are animated. Music-wise, Isamu Ohira is back once again with a nice jazz fusion mix.
And I think this would be the entry that Gran Turismo wouldn't use separate OSTs for at least the main menu stuff. There are regional differences for licensed music when you're racing, but some of them are still shared across all regions, like Daiki Kasho's uh, music, which I believe, in my opinion, I'm still of the belief that Daiki Kasho should not have completely abandoned the style that was in this game, because as we know, he's fully abandoned like the industrial, uh, heavy, heavy aggressive music that he used to have. Like you can take a look at or go listen to Gran Turismo 4's version of What to Believe versus the Gran Turismo 7 re-recorded version, and they are miles apart. The original one had much more aggressive percussion as well as a bit of like overdrive to it. There was also a lot more robotic vocals. There like the robotic vocals are still in Gran Turismo 7, but they are significantly less pronounced. And to me, like that, like What to Believe is just way too clean. And it personally, maybe this is something that like obviously I personally I missed this, but maybe theoretically, this was probably something that Sony had asked them to do. Like maybe they were like, we want to bring the songs back, but can you clean them up a little bit? And obviously we will never know uh what happened between that. So that's just my personal opinion. So let's continue what's going on. But I believe in Gran Turismo 3, this is like the point where they stopped, at least for the menu stuff, they stopped having different regional differences when it comes to the music stuff.
I feel that the slightly more upbeat energy of these songs complements the menu design really well. Tracks like Slipstream and Light Velocity are still some of my all-time favourites. Although GT3's menus represent a clear step up in terms of quality, thematically they still feel along the lines of the PS1 games. The GT mode map design, the bright orange highlights, even the menu sound effects are the same as GT2's. It's all just
Hmm.
combined with greater colour variety and style to give the game a more premium feel. When it comes to the graphics, what can you really say? The game already looked incredible for the time in its GT2000 guise,
And
but
it
the
still
extra
looks
time
nice
afforded
today.
by the delays took it even further. The fidelity of the car models and track environments really speaks for itself, and the overall aesthetic design looks stunning as well.
I mean, aside from the fact that like the human caricatures that you see as like 2D pixels in the stands obviously are a lot less to be desired. But for what they were working with, the audience wasn't exactly a high priority thing. And that kind of trend still continues to even to this day. Like human like figures that you see in Gran Turismo 7 are extremely um low res. Like obviously PlayStation Digital is not concerned about how any type of like human person looks. Even though there are some certain references to certain staff, I believe, depending on the game. I think like Gran Turismo 5 and 6, as well as 7, may have referenced them, but you would have to like go out your way to actually try to find them. And there's small other Easter eggs and stuff like that, but for the most part, that's something you have to go out of your way to look for. But as you're going through the motions of the game, it feels really nice. Sense of speed is there. The aesthetics are great, like borderline perfect.
GT3 makes use of contrast quite a lot in its visuals. This is very evident in places with lots of foliage, where shafts of light poke down between the trees, or at
Yeah,
tracks that take place in the late afternoon with a low sun. I feel that lighting
we all miss
generally is
Seattle.
one of GT3's biggest strengths in the visual department, but there are
Well, to be fair, Seattle Circuit probably shouldn't have been a track to begin with, considering the straights. Uh, kind of like right over here. But man, the aesthetic here, so good.
Also plenty of smaller details. Overhead banners moving in the breeze, a heat haze
Mm-hmm.
rising from the hot track, among others.
Yeah.
These are elements
Yep.
that many racing games don't bother with even today. Replay mode is once again where you can sit back, relax, and just soak it all in. GT3 also adds an option that syncs the replay up with music, along with some visual effects.
And that has it came back since I believe it was in Gran Turismo 4. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but like that replay functionality does not exist in this current game of Gran Turismo 7. I'm not too sure about 6, but I know it wasn't in 5. It also was not in Sport, but I give Sport some slack because I don't think that was like the primary intention of Sport. But for Gran Turismo 7, it should have been in there, especially when they have like the whole music replay functionality. Um, and it doesn't change between cars. You have to manually select the car that you want to choose. This one, the replay um effects would shift camera angles. It would have different camera angles of not just your car, but it would like transition throughout the rest of the grid, see what the other ones are up to, give them their moment a spotlight within the car. And I and I think the craziest one, I think that was the like the most seizure inducing one. I don't know if PAL had it, but in Gran Turismo for North America, we had I believe it was one of the Judas Priest songs. It was Kiss Kickstart My Heart. There you go. Where like the climax would just have like this seizure barrage of like cars coming at you. Well, that's probably extremely unnecessary in today's current climate of like high fidelity that and lighting effects that could potentially cause a seizure. I don't think they're trying to do that, but still, it was something that was really cool, and I kind of do miss.
It's definitely interesting. As for the driving, this is another area where Polyphony always excels, and GT3 doesn't disappoint.
We
The
need
new
more
DualShock 2
CVRs, man.
controller came with pressure-sensitive buttons, allowing for much finer control with brake and throttle inputs. This is a factor in why GT3 feels so much more satisfying to drive than GT1 or 2, but that's
I was so used to that layout for over a decade. When I played Sport, I was so confused because the button layout had been swapped to the triggers, the R2 and L2 for for acceleration and brake. So that disoriented me a lot. And I'm like, okay, let me put them back to where they used to be, was X and square. Only for me to sadly realize that those buttons on the were no longer pressure sensitive. So it was either 0 or 100% acceleration or 0 or 100% brakes. And I was like, damn, now I really have to get used to triggers. What a shame. But still, the X and square are my favorite layout for gas and brakes for like the longest time. And I had it so dialed in. In my personal opinion, um, I don't like the triggers too much, even currently right now, because you don't feel the action of like, for example, a brace coming on until like about halfway into pressing down the L2 for the brakes, and it creates such a awkward sensation of trying to gauge how much brake pressure you're putting, and that's why personally I still play with ABS on because it's really hard to be precise with the trigger, at least at the way that it is currently set and how it works with the scale of how far you press down the L2 button. So there's that. That's a little mini side rant for it right there.
also thanks to the steering controls. It may feel a little bit floaty to begin with, but you'll soon realize that the steering in GT3 is much more detailed than its predecessors. Whilst the PS1 games were playable with third-party steering wheels, the first two Gran Turismos were never designed for them specifically. GT3 is the first game in the series to officially support steering wheels, with Polyphony collaborating directly.
I missed that Zonda. I missed that Zonda. That was such a good card.
With peripheral maker Logitech to develop a wheel specifically for the game. This wheel, known as the GT Force or Driving Force, was often bundled with copies of GT3. Whilst the handling in GT1 and 2 was really good given the hardware, I suppose this is the point where you could say it became fully tangible, even when playing on a normal controller. Still, the handling in this game isn't without its quirks. For one, hooking your inside wheels over the curb gives your car a ridiculous amount of grip. Also, there is a slight steering delay. In most cars it isn't really noticeable, but with some of the higher end race cars it can get a little bit frustrating. For GT3, all of the engine sounds were redone. They sound decent, but not that impressive compared to other aspects of the game. In terms of the in-race soundtrack, the 2001 vibes are on point. In PAL regions, it's a mixture of alternative rock from the likes of Feeder and Grand Theft Audio, as well as some high-tempo electronica from Overseer. Meanwhile, in North America, you'll find some old-school rock and metal from Motley Crue, Judas Priest, and The Cult.
There you go.
There's
like
also
I said,
a lean towards hip-hop and rap. This includes a song that Snoop Dogg made specifically for the game.
It was such a meme.
Dog's Turismo 3.
It was such a great meme.
Hearing Snoop name drop Deep Forest and the PT Cruiser will never not put a smile on my face. Honestly, both of these soundtracks rule. I only wish there was a complete version of the game that included all of the music together. The only songs that are shared in every version are the handful of original ones composed by Daiki Kasho.
Oh, that's global. I heard the sound. That was global. I love these. I love these songs. I love these music, man. It's great. It's great. Why is it that in Gran Turismo 7 they are not? You can't choose them. You can't choose to listen to them in a race. You also can't choose them to be a part of your replay. They just happen randomly if you have race music on. That's not cool. I miss it. It was great. But man,
They definitely fit the vibe of the game, but to be honest, I find them a bit too generic. I think his songs in the games after this are a lot better. Although Kasho replaced Masahiro Ando as the in-race music composer, Moon Over the Castle still returns for the Japanese intro of the game, although I've always found this version of the song a bit weird. To me, the build-up as well as the interlude in the middle have never sounded right, and I feel the same way for the NTSC intro music too. This version uses a Lenny Kravitz song, but remixed to sound more like Daiki Kasho's in-race music. It's good, but it's just a weird choice of song to start with. So, by process of elimination, my favorite intro...
I mean, let's also be it may sound like Daiki Kasho probably because it was Daiki Kasho. He was never officially credited, so we all know deep down it was him.
is the PAL version, which uses Just a Day by Feeder.
I'm just so used to
upbeat,
the Lenny Kravitz remix.
Depressing. Putting my own sentimentality aside, I've always felt this song represents the tone of this game the best. In case you're keeping track at home, it's now 1-1 when it comes to my favourite intro between NTSCJ, NTSC, and PAL. So as we know, GT3 represented a massive step back when it came to purely the number of cars and circuit locations, about 180 and 19 respectively. It's disappointing, but understandable. However, beyond just the headline numbers, we again need to dive into what that exactly means. You see, even though GT3 has just a handful more cars than GT1, and even quite a bit less if you consider that game's racing modifications, it actually has far much more variety. The way I think about it is that GT3's car list has almost all the variety of GT2s, but just with less depth in each area. You will still find a wide selection of vehicles representing different countries and different niches. Alongside all the JDM cars we expect to see, both from the 90s and the latest models, there are also fan favourites carried over from GT2, as well as a decent amount of new and interesting interesting vehicles, some of which are now iconic to these games. They even found time to include a handful of unlicensed Formula 1 cars, introducing an all-new category to the series. Personally, I think they got the balance of this car list near enough perfect, and that point will become even more important when we discuss the career mode. Excluding the for now off-limits premium European brands, the only area I feel it's lacking in.
Note the Porsche 911 GT3, based on Kaz's own car, is a hidden vehicle in GT3 that's still present in the NTSC game files, and the 2000 J-Lock GT500 Diablo managed to appear in the Japanese version of the game thanks to a licensing loophole. Yeah. I do wish we got the J-Lock one back. That was like the best version of the Diablo. It was so cool. It was such a cool car. I also wish we got was it the Viper GTSR concept? As you saw a similar Viper looking car. That is the sickest Viper, in my opinion. Where is it? I'll go find it. We're at 10-minute mark. We'll go find it. Let's talk about the old stuff. Now, we'll probably see it one more time.
Is with older pre-1980s cars. There's only a couple of American ones, but then again, GT2 didn't have a huge amount of classics either. Other than that, I feel like for a 2001 racing game with only 180 cars total, this roster is pretty much as good as it possibly can be. When looking at the track selection, it's mostly just carryovers from
Also, if I remember correctly, the GT40 road car, Mark 1 road car, appeared in GT3, and it was basically a hidden car. Like, you didn't even know of its existence until you saw it randomly in a race. And I think it was it was like the mid-engine race too, in Seattle.
GT2. Special Stage Route 11 does return after a brief hiatus and looks absolutely stunning, and there are
It's
a
such
handful
a
of
great
all-new
track, man.
circuits.
I missed that track.
Tokyo Route 246 is a street track based on roads not far from Polyphony's office, and Côte d'Azur is an unlicensed version of the real-life Monte Carlo street circuit. There's also Complex String, a track that wasn't designed for racing, but rather to answer the question, what if license tests were a circuit? But as far as newcomers go, that's pretty much it. Whilst it is a bit disappointing just how few new circuits there are in GT3, what helps is that all of the returnees have been completely overhauled for the PS2. In some cases, they almost look like different tracks entirely. They all look great, but Special Stage Route 11 and Smoky Mountain are the two that I think got the biggest glow-ups. Just like with the cars, I also think the selection of tracks is really good. Mostly fan favourites from the first two games, but there's a decent variety with many street circuits and dirt courses included. One strange quirk of GT3's track list is that it doesn't include any shorter variations, such as Grand Valley East or Clubman Stage Route 5, which had been seen in the first two games. Almost to make up for this fact, many tracks do however use a different skybox for their reverse layouts, implying that these races take place in different weather conditions or at a different time of day. It's a nice touch that adds a bit more variety. Whilst the single-player career of GT2 was pretty well regarded at the time, this didn't mean that Polyphony were going to rest on their laurels with GT3, even if they had fewer cars and tracks to play with. To start the game, we're once again back at the License Center. Like GT2, the tests are still relatively easy to pass, but very difficult to master. There are slightly fewer tests in GT3 as opposed to GT2, 6 licenses each with 8 tests, and this includes the all-new Rally license.
But the licenses, again, were pretty, I don't know, I was like really young at the time, so they felt pretty difficult for me, personally. Who knows? I'll try to see if we can get some Gran Turismo 3 going, but that's a project for a different time.
This license is necessary to enter the dirt events in the career, but fundamentally this is the only major difference. License tests, it seems, are one of the only things that didn't really change between GT2 and GT3. They still come with all the same pros and cons. However, as we go to the dealers to buy our first car, we can notice something different. The used dealerships are no more on account of this game having far fewer cars per brand. I suppose
Yeah.
they could have made one universal used dealership instead, but they decided against it. Whilst this might seem like a minor change on the surface, it actually has some big gameplay ramifications, as it
It made every car worth that much more because you can just like randomly find a cheap version of like some higher car, um, of like some powerful car. So you have to choose how you spend your credits early and mid game before you can get access to like some really good powerful cars from like these championships. Especially the what was it the the Gran Turismo League? I believe that's the one. Before you start doing all the endurance races, which is basically endgame.
limits your starter car options quite a lot. A typical starter from GT2, like an R32 Skyline GTST, is way beyond the 18,000 credits you're given. In fact, you can't even afford a 1.6 litre Civic. None of the options you do have are going to be great. You really do start from the bottom of the food chain in this game. As we head over to the Go Race tab, we can find yet more changes. Now, the fundamental gameplay loop of these games is still the same in GT3. After all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, the general structure of the career has been revamped. In GT1
Sadly,
and
they
GT2,
try to
we
fix
had
what
two
wasn't
main
broken.
suites of events, the GT League and Special Events. GT League events contributed towards the end goal of beating the game, whereas Special Events didn't, but they did help you to progress. These events gave you more ways to earn money and, crucially, prize cars, but were intended for specific types of cars, thus incentivizing you to experiment by driving different cars and building up your collection with more variety. In GT3, the events are now separated into 3 different leagues based on their difficulty: beginner, amateur, and professional, alongside the standalone dirt events and endurance races. Of course, the beginner league is where you'll need to head first. Events that have races filling different performance brackets from GT2 is no longer a thing, although you will encounter some events that reappear in later leagues. This means that almost every event consists of multiple races, and you need to win all of them, or just finish with the most points if it's a championship to complete the event and earn a prize car. And outside of championship events,
But we all know your pride is not gonna let you. It's all gold or go home, baby.
prize cars can only be won a single time, another change from GT2. So from the outset, this career actually has more similarities with GT1. There are other familiar elements as well. Qualifying reappears in this game, offering a small leg up in difficult races.
Why did qualifying disappear from Gran Turismo 7? Some of these events are so unnecessary because of how far back you are. And they always default to making you dead last because they don't want to figure out a different way to make a race event more meaningful or difficult in the single player stuff. This is why the single player is like fucking dead.
Although given how
Like legit, like I think I'm behind um how many chapters? We'll look at that later.
long it takes to complete, you'll most likely
Either way, my point is I'm saying that like it means absolutely nothing because I can still get everything else afterwards that was in the game and without having to do the additional content. Additional content has been bogus and serves literally no purpose.
only ever use it in the late game, if at all. Also, much like GT1, only having 5 opponents in any race limits how useful this feature can be. But on that note, let's discuss the AI opponents. This is another aspect of GT3 that was talked up prior to its release. In the first 2 games, the AI could provide a decent challenge, but they often had to resort to making them artificially faster. Combined with them being pretty unaware, this usually led to some chaotic racing that sometimes devolved into bumper cars. With the focus on even more realistic driving in GT3, the AI has been improved somewhat. One of the key points in the marketing of this game was their quote-unquote emotion physics. Supposedly, the AI were capable of reacting to the player's actions, so if you cut them off or push them off the track, they would become more aggressive towards you. Now, I don't want to suggest that they made this up entirely, but in all my hundreds of hours of playing this game, I can't say
I
I've
never
ever
felt that
noticed
way,
the AI
man.
behave like this. My impression of the CPUs in GT3 is that they're decently fast and even aggressive at times, but still lack a good amount of awareness. If you're in their way, they will just try to drive through you rather than around you. For less experienced players, they can appear quite tough, particularly in the early game. However, as the cars get more powerful, Experienced
Bro,
players,
that
they can
that
appear
Golf,
quite tough,
that cup, that Volkswagen Cup car. Oh man, I love that thing. It was so funny. It was cute, funny, and great. I miss it.
particularly in the early game. However, as the cars get more powerful, some cracks begin to show, as their pathfinding around certain tracks is really quite poor. Also, Shelby Cobra at Laguna Seca. Enough said. Revisiting this game in current day, the AI is one of the things that hasn't held up amazingly. Then again, I suppose that's true for pretty much all racing games of this era. Now, if you've been part of the Gran Turismo discourse for a while, you will be aware that many people consider GT3 as one of, if not the hardest GT game. As I've mentioned, the AI is capable of giving you a good run for your money, but most of that reputation comes from the actual structure of the career. In the beginning,
Yeah.
your progress will be slow. The prize payouts are not very high, and the prize cars are often worse than the car you need to beat the event in the first place. You can
True.
very quickly end up in what seems like a dead end, where your only real option is to keep grinding away at one event to earn enough money to either upgrade your car considerably or buy a
Or
much
buy a
faster
new
one.
car.
Now, something I've yet to establish is how you actually beat GT3 as such. Unlike the first two games, it's not as simple as just winning the GT World Championship, of which there are actually 3 in this game. Instead, to earn the 2 sets of end credits, you have to beat all of the events in the beginner and amateur leagues respectively. Curiously, the game never actually tells you this, and as such, most players don't realise that the slow pacing of the career is intended to make you play it in a certain way. It all comes back to what we established previously about these games. It's not just about getting faster cars, but building out your collection with more variety that you're then incentivized to use in different events. Unlike GT2, most of the events intended for specific types of cars actually have a requirement for you to use one as well, instead of a simple
Yeah, that one's
horsepower
specifically for
restriction.
convertible
Therefore,
cars.
to complete the beginner and amateur leagues, you're going to need to drive quite a few different cars whether you want to or not. When we consider this, the career takes on a much stronger element of strategy, because now, any car can be useful depending on your situation, even if it isn't an upgrade on what you already have. I discussed this concept with GT1, but GT3 really expands on this idea thanks to having much more car variety, which the career makes use of by having many more events for specific types of cars. Essentially, GT3 combines the well-balanced structure of GT1 with the car and event variety of GT2 to create a much more fleshed out career mode as a whole. You can probably guess from how I'm describing it that I really like this career structure. For me personally, the strategic
So
element
good.
is an important aspect in what makes GT career mode so enjoyable. Every decision you make has a tangible impact on your path through this game. Of course, the curated prize cars you're given are a key factor in this, as they will naturally add variety to your car collection. For the most part, this just works. However, there are
Even though
some
they may
notable
be
cases
like
where
worse.
it kinda doesn't. Many GT games have underwhelming prize cars in the early game, but I think GT3 is the title that's earned the biggest stigma because of it. Now, whilst I think this criticism is somewhat overblown, in part thanks to an iconic
The pink bits.
internet meme, there is definitely some truth here. One make events
It's
returned from
pink.
GT2, but now as part of the main career structure. On one hand, these are great, because they give you more reason to drive different cars, but the prize cars you're given for them are usually not very well thought out. You're often just given the same car you used to beat the event, but in a special colour. Now, special colour prize cars are a cool idea, and they were also in GT1, but the reason why they get so much flack in GT3 is because they don't tend to feed into the all-important gameplay loop.
Not only do they not feed into the gameplay loop, they're mainly for the eco cars in the beginner league, and they just stop appearing around mid game. So chances are the cool colors aren't even going to be for the car that you actually like how that turquoise color for the Super was in Gran Turismo 1.
They're just a dead end. On the topic of prize cars, for championship events you're given one of 4 cars at random, as shown by this neat little animation. I love this in theory because it opens up even more branching paths on your playthrough depending on which car you get. However,
Yeah,
the
that's
execution of this in GT3 could have been a lot better. Too many events have prize pools that vary wildly. Take the European Championship in the Amateur League, where you can win cars ranging from the Gillet Vertigo race car to
Ooh,
a
so
Mini
good.
Cooper. What exactly
So
is the
bad.
logic here other than to just piss people off? I still think it's a
Definitely
great
to piss
feature
people
that should
off.
have returned in more GT games. That way they could have improved it by making the prize cars more balanced.
Although let's be real, we probably would take a Mini Cooper all day than taking 1,000 credits on your daily roulette ticket in GT7. Let's be real here.
in terms of performance and value, but still varied in other ways. Fortunately, you can save scum in GT3 by skipping the final race in the championship as long as you have enough points, so with a little extra work, you can get the exact prize you want. Bear in mind that just because the game intends you to beat every event in the beginner and amateur leagues doesn't mean you actually have to. As such, you can avoid certain events entirely. Like I said, the game never actually tells you what you need to do to beat it, and the open-ended design means that you're free to progress however you want to. The only differences are that you won't see the end credits, and you'll miss out on a few extra prize cars. Unlike pretty much all of the games after this,
what do you say?
Credits.
Well, to be fair, the ending moving is awesome, so maybe that is a deal breaker. That is true. I do like the ending credits. Well, I don't know what song plays in the PAL version because he plays PAL. But in the North America version, we get another Lenny Kravitz song. Who would have saw that coming? But it's such a nice, mellow piece of music. It's really good. I enjoyed it.
And you'll miss out on a few extra prize cars. Unlike pretty much all of the games after this, GT3 doesn't place any artificial roadblocks in the way of your progression. As long as you have the necessary license and an eligible car, you can enter any event you want to. This opens up so many opportunities in how you can play this game. For instance, you can treat it like GT1 and GT2, where your end goal is to beat the GT World Championship, either all three or just the one in the professional league. In this respect, GT3 is possibly the most open-ended Gran Turismo, and the limited options you have in the early game mean that no matter how you play it, there will always be an element of challenge. Now, like pretty much every GT game, there are some notable exploits that allow you to skip progression by obtaining an overpowered car. However, these do require you to do things that most players would never attempt until much later in their playthrough, like getting top times in the time attack mode or completing an entire endurance race. It's difficult to balance.
Yeah, like time attack is usually seen as like a end game type thing. No one really does time attack like that I've seen ever. I guess now it'll probably might be a different thing, like a different mindset due to like how Gran Turismo 7 rewards players for using time attack. So maybe players could infer if they started playing GT7 first and then started backtracking through their games. Who knows?
These games perfectly, but I think GT3 does a pretty good job. It definitely strays more on the harder end of the spectrum, but it's not a brick wall. It's possible to run several routes through this game, using many different cars, that can take you from a fresh save through to getting a car capable of beating the toughest championships in the game with.
I missed this Camaro. This was my favorite. Uh, I miss my fish body Camaro. What else? There was also something similar. But yeah, we also don't have an S95 in Gran Turismo 7 either. We also don't have the C5 core. C5? No. Uh-huh. C4. We have the C4. Yeah, we're missing the C5 Corvette. And we don't have that either. Or a race car version of the C8. There's a lot of GM stuff that's missing.
In just a handful of hours. The key word is strategy. If this is something you really value in these games, then the sense of achievement you'll feel as you progress through GT3 will be truly unrivaled. Arcade mode makes its third appearance in 3 games. For the most part, it's pretty similar to the PS1 titles. Win races at each track to unlock more cars and tracks to use. For the first time, race cars are also included in the car selection, but you can of course use cars from your GT mode garage as well. I feel like GT3 is the game where arcade mode serves the biggest purpose. Because it will take time for most players to progress in GT mode, arcade balances that out by giving them access to some fast cars straight off the bat. Along with a simple progression system, it's a neat little pick up and play option. Arcade also houses a series of time trials as an added bonus, where you're tasked with beating the developers' top times. It's worth noting that the races and time trials here actually contribute to your completion stat in the game, so if you're going for 100%, then you're sure to be heading here anyway. Somewhere else that you're almost guaranteed to visit is the tuning shop. To keep on top of the competition in the early game, it's very important to make use of upgrades.
I did like the little nod of using the performance, like the performance brand of a manufacturer, like how you just saw Mazda Speed from Mazda. You would also see TRD for Toyota. I mean, back in the day, we didn't have Gazoo Racing yet. That was not a thing, not yet. And for Honda, I think was it Honda had the thing is Honda has two. It's Mugen and Spoon. But I don't remember which one uh Gran Turismo went with. But yeah, it's small little touches like that that are really cool to see in the game.
Although the menu looks quite different, it still features all of the same parts as the previous games, with one major exception. Racing modifications did not carry over into GT3. As a very popular feature from the previous titles that provided more options in how you play through them, it was a shame to see it go. Given the extra workload needed to create the car models, then asking for unique racing variations on many of them was just a step too far. That said, GT3 does feature a handful of original LM race cars, all brand new designs for this game. They don't appear in the dealership, but rather can be won from certain events in the career, including the Dream Car Championship where you'll face them as opponents. GT3 marks the first appearance of the GT Auto Car Maintenance Shop. Here you can wash your car as well as fit custom wheels, both of which were options in the previous game.
See your boy spin.
Those, you can also do an oil change. As you drive your cars in this game, their oil will gradually deteriorate and you'll start losing engine power. As such, changing your car's oil will become a regular occurrence for cars you drive consistently. This is especially important in the late game where there are many long championships, meaning you'll likely start losing power during the course of the events. Weirdly, new cars bought from the dealership will also receive a slight power bump when changing their oil. Oil changing as a feature doesn't really add that much to the gameplay, but given that it appears in almost every game after this, it's kind of become part of the fabric of Gran Turismo. At this point, it would just feel weird if it weren't there. Like GT2, rally events return as a distinct part of the game. This time, however, you do actually race a physical opponent, which makes things a bit more interesting. Like most other single-player races in GT3, if you're decently matched with the AI, these races can be pretty intense. The handling is also a definite improvement over GT2, feeling far different than simply driving on tarmac. That said, there is actually one event here on tarmac, a wet conditions version of Special Stage Route 5. Driving-wise, this is just like dry tarmac, but your car is slightly more prone to sliding. However, it's the visuals that really steal the show. I know it's all just clever trickery, but how they managed to make the reflections on the wet road look this good back in 2001 still blows me away. Arguably, this looks just as good, if not even better, than what we have in current day. Structure-wise, the rally events are laid out in a similar way to how they were in GT2. They each consist of 3 races at the same track that get gradually tougher as the opponent car gets faster. Given the need for its own license, the rally events kind of exist as its own separate part of the career. But at least you earn prize cars this time, including
That's
the
also another Peugeot car that we're probably missing.
This car has been noticeably nerfed since GT2, but it's worth mentioning here because it's one of the few cars capable of performing a certain glitch. In GT3,
it's still broken.
There's a bug in which high downforce race cars can be set up in a way to make their front wheels lift. This confuses the physics engine into thinking the car is continuously falling, thus allowing it to accelerate infinitely. Now, with GT2, we discussed the many glitches it came with at launch, but by comparison, GT3 was far more solid. In that sense, it's quite ironic that one of the very few noteworthy bugs in this game has become arguably the most famous one in the entire series. Because not only is it hilarious, it's also quite useful. GT3's version of the test course has been made much longer, and this exploit can be used to completely destroy races that take place here in the late game. So, I've spent a lot of time already talking about the general structure of GT3's career from a broader playthrough perspective. But what's it like to actually play these events in isolation?
In the
well, this is still Gran Turismo, so you shouldn't expect any major surprises. But there are a few things that GT3 does differently. Until this point, tyre wear was only a factor in endurance races, but GT3 introduces this into regular career races as well. Starting in the Amateur League, you'll find some events that feature tyre wear, and by the Professional League, they all have it. This adds a layer of in-race strategy, as tyre choice is now much more important. Unlike the previous games, harder tyres now last longer compared to softer ones, which in contrast provide more grip. Not only do you need to consider how long your tyres will last, but also how long they take to come up to temperature, as until then you'll be sliding all over the place. It's a really interesting dynamic that can lead to some unpredictable races, since you don't know which tyres the AI have and how long they can go without stopping. Depending on the cars and the track, the situation can change quite a lot. You might have to defend from cars behind that have better tyre life, or make a comeback victory after stopping for fresh rubber. When it comes to strategy, it has to be said that the player has a big advantage over the AI opponents, as they're programmed to just come into the pits once their tyre wear reaches a certain threshold, regardless of how many laps are left. Also, tyre wear is responsible for the only instances of rubber banding that I've ever seen in GT3. In some of the 5-lap Amateur League races with tyre wear, if an AI pits and falls behind, they'll then fly around the track at the speed of sound to catch up with the pack. It's pretty ridiculous, but thankfully this is only limited to a handful of events in the game. Beyond that, I think the Amateur League represents the perfect balance in GT3's career. As I've touched on, the Beginner League does take some time to get going and is a bit overly restrictive, whereas the Professional League has problems of its own. By this point, the races in the career normally last 10 laps, partially to help emphasize tyre strategy, but some go for 15 or even 20. Bear in mind that a lot of the events here are also championships that can run for up to 10 races. To say the Professional League is drawn out is one hell of an understatement. When you then throw in some really baffling event choices, like the returning Vit/Yaris race, and the overuse of test course, this league can seem like it's trying to test your patience more than your driving skill. To a degree, I do think Polyphony realised this, hence why you don't even have to touch the Professional League to beat the game. But if that's the case, why didn't they change anything? For me, the issue isn't simply that the events are too long, but that they don't do enough to justify being that long. When it comes to progression in a long career like this, it isn't just about driving gradually faster cars. You also need to consider what variables and new gameplay elements you can add over time to keep things interesting. As we've discussed, GT3 brings tyre wear into the mix, and I think it's a great addition. But tyre wear on its own isn't enough to keep things getting stale here. By this point, you'll already be very familiar with the tracks. Although the reduction in cars is often what gets talked about with GT3, I've always felt like the relative lack of unique circuits is much more noticeable when playing through this game. Whilst the selection is still decent, the sheer size of the career means that after a while, these tracks will inevitably start feeling repetitive. So considering that as well, this game is screaming out for something to add another layer of intrigue. This could take many forms: more cars on track, dynamic time and weather, mechanical damage, and plenty more. That's not to speak for how viable any of those would have been given the scope of GT3 already, but without things like these, there's simply no reason for the Professional League to be designed the way that it is. Remember, GT3 also features an entire suite of endurance races lasting up to 2 hours. These take place across a variety of different circuits and using various types of cars.
Imagine that, having a 2-hour endurance race.
Here quite a lot. Each of the races feel unique from one another. Also, when you consider that doing the longest ones will still take noticeably less time than completing a long championship in the late game, they're actually more worthwhile to do given the types of prize cars you can get. If you're looking to play GT3, here's my advice for the Professional League. Only do the single race events and the GT World Championship. Unless you're aiming for 100% completion or a specific prize car, it just really isn't worth doing the rest.
Oof. It's a big negative for the Professional League.
Gran Turismo 3 wasn't just a game, it was a statement. A statement from Polyphony that they were so far ahead of anyone else in the racing game genre that they were virtually untouchable. As the perfect and near-perfect reviews rolled in, it became clear that GT3 had moved the goalposts much further beyond what GT1 and GT2 even did. When looking at the reception back in the day, it's hard to pinpoint any specific area that GT3 excelled in the most. It looked great,
enter
felt great
Forza.
to drive, had an addictive career mode, a great soundtrack, it just did everything so much better than anyone else. Really, it's far more interesting to look at the short list of complaints that players had back then. Much like GT2, there were a few who noted that the game didn't do anything drastically different to its predecessors. Now, a lot of things changed in GT3.
It just looked a whole lot better and felt a whole lot better.
Winning races to earn money in cars, buying new cars and upgrades, winning more races, etc. It is the same formula. That said,
it's a good formula.
And repackages as single player results in a massively different gameplay experience. Where GT2 catered for a more sandbox style experience, where the career is more about just enjoying the huge car and track roster, GT3 is a much more structured affair, where the challenge and gradually progressing through it provides most of the intrigue. It's subtle, but also not that subtle if you really think about it. Ever since the first game, car damage was one of the most requested features, and its continued absence was noticed, especially since the game was proclaimed as a driving simulator. It also seems like, even back then, people realized that the artificial intelligence wasn't as intelligent as they were led to believe. And of course, the reduction in car models was also noted. Although it
It
wasn't
was
seen
always
as much of a
big
drawback as you might
dumb
expect,
AI.
the trade-off for higher detail visuals was very well known, and many people saw this as the right choice given Polyphony's ability. What this also did was help future-proof the car models, and that would prove to be a very wise decision. As for this game's impact on the wider gaming sphere, it was enormous. At the very least, it proved that Gran Turismo was here to stay. It was certainly no one-generation wonder. Sony's faith in the title paid off big time. GT3 still stands as the second best-selling PS2 game ever, and until recently, it was the highest-selling GT game to boot. Being so strongly linked with the best-selling video game console in history didn't hurt, and the game often came as part of a PS2 bundle as well. In those early years, GT3 was commonly viewed as the game of the PlayStation 2. For other racing game franchises, the impact of GT3's release was certainly felt. This game is commonly viewed as one of the major factors in Ridge Racer's decline in relevance from the 5th game onwards. And for GT3 rivals within the subgenre it had created, there was no
Ridge Racer shade, huh?
Sega tried to hit back with another game on the Xbox the following year, and even though it was viewed positively, the fact that it represented a step down on GT3 in pretty much every way ultimately doomed it to be forgotten. So,
speaking of the Viper that I was mentioning,
back when it released, does this game still hold up from a modern perspective? If we check my fan-voted poll, we can see that GT3 is on average your third favourite GT game with 10.7% of the total votes, just slightly ahead of GT2. For those who voted for it, there were all manner of reasons given. Some highlighted how much of a generational leap it represented, some focused on the satisfying driving controls, and some chose it simply because it was their first GT game. But if there was one comment I saw more than any other, it's just that the presentation was absolutely on point. I'd be reluctant to judge a game so highly purely on that, but I do agree that GT3 has the best visual design and music of any GT game, in my opinion. Beyond this point, the series would start to change tonally. The visual design and music didn't become inherently worse, just noticeably different. I think that for a lot of people, GT3 represented the peak of what classic Gran Turismo felt like. But not only did it look to the past, it also previewed the future. I would say that beyond the original game, GT3 is the most influential title in this series. Not just because of how much of a technical leap it represented, but also in terms of its design. All of the games after this through to GT6 would use some variation on the career mode league structure that was established here. Hell, even GT Sport had a go. Arguably, this was the biggest shake-up to the single-player formula the series
was completely gone by GT7.
And beyond that, there are just so many other smaller details introduced here that would go on to become staple aspects of these games. Obviously, given the lack of cars and tracks, relative to every other game minus GT1, I didn't expect it to head the vote. Third place seems about right. It really comes back to that sandbox-style experience that so many people want from these games. In that respect, there's simply...
Look at that. Such a good Viper. I want it back.
No replacement for sheer numbers, and GT3 suffers in many people's eyes as a result. I mean, when there's another game that seems to take GT3 and add to it in every way, the end result isn't exactly surprising. But if that's the case, what keeps me coming back to GT3? Well, if I had to choose one specific element, it would be the career. I guess it shouldn't come as a shock that my personal favourite GT game does what I consider the most important thing in these games the best. In my opinion, of course. I think it says a lot that whenever I feel the urge to just boot up a GT game and start a new playthrough from scratch, I almost always choose GT3. To me, how the career functions in this game is just so fascinating. Every choice you make, including which car you start the game with, will have almost an instant impact on your entire trajectory through this career. As such, you can end up in some bizarre situations purely based on the simplest of choices. For example, taking on a field of fully fledged GT cars with a WRC machine is something that you might attempt in one of these games as a fun challenge. However, GT3 is possibly the only game in this series where you might end up doing this organically in a playthrough, simply because it represents the most optimal path for progression that you have. This is actually what happened to me when I started a new playthrough of this game just to record footage for this video, and I absolutely love that GT3 makes situations like these not only possible, but probable. In a video I made a while back criticizing GT7, I made the point that in the older GT games, by the time you fully completed them, you would have all the cars you wanted, or at least have the means to get them, thus completing your journey in the game in a neat and satisfying way. However, when I really think about this, GT3 is the only game where that's strictly true. The reason for this is that GT3's career structure is almost perfectly balanced around the cars it has. Because of the relatively modest car roster, it seems like Polyphony made the conscious decision to get as much value out of each car with how they can be used in the career. Now,
Yeah.
I've seen people label GT3 a glorified tech demo simply because it doesn't have that many cars or tracks, and it came out pretty early in the PS2's life. But what those people don't seem to realise is that GT3's career mode is absolutely massive. Seriously, it is noticeably bigger than GT2's, but using just a fraction of the cars and tracks. In terms of bang for buck, GT3's career mode is easily the best in the entire series, and it's not even close. Does it stretch its content too thin in places? Yes, particularly in the professional league as I've shown, but for the most part, this game is an exercise in making full use of the assets at your disposal. If you're
Great. Great pause right here. So, in my opinion, because we know that polyphony is not going to fix the way Gran Turismo 7's single player mode works. The only thing that we can look forward to with Gran Turismo 8 is hoping that they take design cues and the strategy from Gran Turismo 3 and incorporate that into their single player campaign for Gran Turismo 8. I think polyphony as a whole, especially Kaz, may I'm okay. I'm gonna say something a little funny. It might be possible that Sony may have had a hand as to why Gran Turismo 7 turned out the way it did in terms of its player progression. Um, Especially with the way that Gran Turismo 7 was definitely meant to be a live service game. And considering all the other stuff that Sony has been dabbling in, like they're trying to pump out live service games after live service games in quick succession. Gran Turismo 7 may have been compromised by that. So Kaz obviously can't really say anything about that. And so we will never know. So what I'm saying is pure speculation. But it's very possible that they might be they might have a case now to for the next Gran Turismo to be a single player can to have a legitimate single player campaign that's offline and that supports online functionality the way Gran Turismo 7 does now. Because the fact of the matter is that this game, Gran Turismo 7, cannot be played while offline. You need to maintain online connectivity 100% at all times. And on top of that, um, the fact of the matter is that most of the races in Gran Turismo 7 are extremely short. They are disorganized. They have no direction of where you want to go into quote unquote progressing through the game. Because all you can really do is just basically pick whichever race you want to do and buy cars to advance your collector level. Because progressing through the events don't give you prize cars. They just give you money. That's it. And yeah, that's kind of like the long and short of it, really. So we know Gran Turismo 7 is not going to receive any major fixes. It's been over 3 years since this game has been released. Um, and all they can really do is just abate players like us of, you know, our patience by releasing constant cars to let us know that they're working on stuff because that's all we can do. And it's possible that all the cars that they're going to be having right now that they have will be ported over to Gran Turismo 8 and given a better single player structure because there's a lot to go through in terms of that. So I guess we'll let Ruffle finish and then we'll probably go play some video games.
aware of my gripes with the current state of Gran Turismo, then you'll understand why I feel so strongly about this in particular. GT3's career is everything I value in a single player and what I judge every other GT games against. It is the beating heart of a truly excellent game, one that has changed my life in many different ways. GT3 was my introduction to this series from a young age, and without it I might not have become as interested in racing games, as interested in cars.
Maybe older than this. Might be older because I was there since GT1.
and I certainly wouldn't be sitting here talking to all of you now. It was always going to have a big place in my heart, but I can confidently say that this game is my favourite in the series, not because it was my first, but based on what it actually does. Gran Turismo 3 still holds up today, but back in 2001, this was as close to the perfect racing game as anyone could even imagine.
Basically, yeah. And that was the video. Cool. So, if by any chance you found this video before you ever seen Raffle Waffle, I highly recommend going to Raffle Waffle's page. Let me see here. Man, I guess I added about maybe an extra 20 minutes worth. Let's see. Yeah, it's not even worth posting on YouTube. I didn't have much of a impact or reaction to that video, but still, if you found the stream, please visit Raffle Waffle. He is a great content creator. And give him a sub and give him a like. So not much for me to input really. He did really good on his own, and all I could do is just expand upon that with some of my experience. So let's see here. Let's break. Oh, wrong one. Now we are going to go ahead and start with the racing. We're gonna go participate in daily racing. We're gonna do some qualification. Just put something to fill the background void. And it's great because it's Circuit de la Sarthe. So we know we're gonna have a fun time. So we're gonna do this. Select from garage, headline. All right, let's oh no, we got a mod. We gotta put racing mediums on. We'll enter with the current car. Oh yeah, that's a 1344. So 13 minutes to get a decent qualifying time. Oh, what a start. This must be in the morning. That's really good. Let's go, baby. That was rough. And so obviously this is the chicaned version of the track. I wonder if we're gonna see anyone trying to ram into that wall on chicane 1. It'd be kind of funny. Almost lost our rear end back there. Be good though. That was perfect. Maybe not perfect, but it was really good. It was really good. Oh no. Mm-mm. Okay, that was shaky. That was not too good. EB. Here we go. I'm about to finish. That was not that good. Yeah, we left time on the table. We have time to accumulate here over here. Okay, so we just shaved a second, just like that. It probably could have been a bit faster, but we kind of hit the apex pretty sloppily. About a chill of 2 seconds now. That's really huge. And so as long as we hit the corner, perfect. So that was decent. I like that. That was good. Now we're on track to erase 2 seconds from our current time. Now we're on track to erase 3 seconds. I could have done better. I could have been done way better. 4 seconds. 4 seconds erased. Let's go, baby. That was terrible. We did pretty bad on those S's. We're slowly catching up. That could have been a bit better. Okay, so this will be the last lap before we get into the race. That was rough. Well, just name me a better combo. Hypercars and Le Mans. Come on. So good. Let's go, baby. Let's see how far we can get in this lap. That's good. Like that. So good. One minute till start. Could have been a bit better. And plus 200 milliseconds to my time. And so, there we go. Hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall! Yes! We hit the wall before we get spawned in. Alright, so we are on record to do the worst out of all so far. Let's go, baby. So we're starting off at 9th. A lot of people haven't done qualifying yet. And these are all people I have, never seen before. We do have an A-rank driver with us, so we'll see how he does. But as of right now, we have S. Quintero. They are currently holding down the line. And I guess the best car is the Group 10, not Group 10, GR010 from Toyota, the Toyota hypercar. Let's go. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. I'm currently the worst out of anyone that has qualified so far. And we have an A-rank driver right behind us. And the fastest B rank is like almost, what, 5 seconds ahead of us? Let's see. Yeah, TJ. He's going through our inside over here. We'll go on the outside. Corner. It's going to be the... Alright, so I guess we'll maintain 10th for now. Let's not lose track of them. So Shaolin Trunk goes on the outside of the line. I wonder how heavy the penalties are. Yeah, he did get a penalty for that. Got number 77, late Apex VR. Doing pretty well for himself there. Oh, ooh, so close. I did not want to bump into anybody there. Let's continue. We're still currently trying to figure out our grip and our pace. We're surrounded by a bunch of talented drivers over here that probably worked their asses off to get as good as they did. And we just got in here like it's all good. That was a terrible corner. Terrible chicane. TJ's gonna overtake us. I sense a whole lot of fear with me, bro. There's too much fear. Too much fear. Oh, that was too much. That was way too much. Come on, let's go. So a very, very unfortunate mistake. We still got 5 more laps to go. It's okay. A little wall slot. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Catch up with Marv. I forgot to read the rules. I didn't remember if there was a mandatory pit stop or not. Shoot. Should have read the rules. There's a Juan Diego is right behind us at 300 milliseconds. So he should be on our slipstream, slowly catching up to us. We're about, yeah, now we're 5 seconds behind Marv. So we got a lot of work to do to spruce up. Yeah, that was a terrible chicane. I guess I still have the faster exit speed for some reason. I guess I don't have to downshift to first gear. That's unnecessary. Now Juan Diego has the faster exit speed. Plus he's on my slipstream. I'm expecting him to overtake me. I don't know why he had the chance, I think. Oh well. Let's go. Probably could have taken that harder, but I didn't want to go through what happened last lap. Oh, he had to take a penalty. Like the sport. Well, we went through a little too hard. We took it too hard. Okay, there seems to be a minimum of one pit, a one pit minimum, I guess. Wow, I got rammed from behind. Did I slow down that bad? Was it that bad? That was probably awful. Garbage. I guess we'll let TJ go. It seems that everybody's using the GR010. It's a shame. I like my car. And some McCutcheon got 331 times so far. I wonder if he'll beat it again. Maybe JCCR will. Oh, Mike Hawk with the 1 second penalty. So I'm gonna take a pit just in case there ends up being one. Yeah, there definitely is one, for sure, for sure. Don't change, don't need a refuel. Just take a pit and leave. Mike Hawk sadly also had to pit anyway. Alright, so initial thoughts. I'm garbage right now at this current format. But we'll see how we progress over the next several days. Okay, so there's Marv. Marv was like 5 seconds ahead. I wonder what happened. go, baby. Oh, shoot. Lady Apex, go for it. He's going fast, boy. Wow. I took that chicane pretty badly. I felt like I got a good turn in, but when it was time to counter steer, it was just, nope. We're going to understeer for a little bit now. Overshot my line. That was a bad line. That was a little sketchy. We did it. That also could have been a better turn. Easily, for sure. That's a mid-clutch and left. I guess something happened up ahead. It's unfortunate. Yeah, we kind of deserved that one. We'll take that. We don't have a choice, but we'll take it. Oh, that was good. What was that? Late Apex. He spun out? That's rough. We need to hit the inside of that. I guess I need to turn it a little earlier. Screw me over there. Now we're slowly catching up to Marv. Let's go, buddy. Just you and me. Marv got speed. Alright, easy does it. You probably need to leave chicane 1 at gear 2 instead of 3. I just need to be careful with how I throttle out, because I think I might be able to brake into wheel spin. I think that was the best chicane 2 we've had all race. But even then, that still wasn't enough. Marv is getting away slowly but surely. Okay, that was too sketchy. We did terrible on that one. That was our fault. And we still got to take the penalty, too. We really screwed the pooch on that one. Sorry, guys. We'll do better next time. We'll grow from this. Become better racers. Shoot, whoa! All the lights. That was terrible. That costed us a lot of time on the final corner. And native Apex is now on our slipstream. Man, we're really going to finish this race in 11th. I would have preferred that not to happen. It's going to go from our inside. We respect that. Respect the space. I thought he was going to be able to overshoot. Nah. Go. Oh, shoot. That was terrible of us. Slightly depressing. Keep it going though. We might be able to overtake Mike Hawk. Third. As long as we, well, not third, 12th. As long as we don't screw the pooch. We've been disgusting all race. It's been awful. Almost a tragedy, really. Whoa! I guess Lady Apex spun out again. It's rough. A lot of people are faster than me. So we need to fix that. But in hindsight, and not really hindsight, as a retrospect, we did pretty good considering the You know, personally, I felt like yeah, we had like two incidents where we spun out. We didn't spin out. We just went off road on the same corner. We're just slow on a lot of other corners. I guess something happened up on front. And not a lot of people are kind of are taking that kindly as to whatever happened up in front. Wow. Oh my lord, I hate how this game doesn't just straight up default to the tires you need. I guess the GR010 is that overpowered or what? I don't get it. Obviously there's some driver skill involved, so but to like gain that much distance is pretty surreal. And considering everybody else, I think I was like the only like non Toyota hypercar in the grid on the last race. There probably might have been a few others, but many of them were mainly GR010s. Nah, I guess the Audi's not favorable. Poor little Audi. It's okay, boy. It's kind of wicked. The race doesn't even give you enough time to qualify into the next race. And I'm like, oh, you want to catch the next one? You only got like 4 minutes. Gotta hurry up and qualify if you want. I think we have time to at least be able to finish this lap. Let's go. You know, it's a little small love tap to the wall. got this. We got this. No! Unfortunately, we did not get this. I didn't realize how much little time we had. But it is what it is. We're back once again. Here we go. It's practically everybody. Yeah. Okay, yeah. One guy was using the 919 hybrid, which was Juan. Juan Diego. Let's see. Everything else is GR010 hybrids. Yeah, minimum pit stop of 1. That's the rules. Let's go. And the Shagan. Mr. Lewis Hamilton, 44. Yeah. Whatever. I should look at the radar. Yeah, that chicane 1 was pretty rough for us. Some of these guys, holy hell. Got room for Mr. Lewis Hamilton. Oh no, that was Marv. Lewis Hamilton's catching up behind me though. That was terrible. That was garbage. Oh man, that feels terrible. That was too much. That was way too much. Marv, if you're out there, my bad, bro. I did not intend for that to happen. That was not malicious. I was simply trying to outbrake Mr. Lewis Hamilton. Clearly that did not go as planned. And we still got to take a 2-second penalty. We're completely destroyed this race. Juan Diego decided to leave for whatever reason. I guess someone took, probably touched the pit lines maybe. 3-second penalty? Nah, it's pretty hardcore. Yeah, good. I think it might have gotten us a penalty. Yeah, it did. That's just unfortunate. Yeah, we're doing pretty bad. Just let the faster drivers go. I just had some painful sneeze. Sounds rough. Straight up understeered. It is the worst we've done so far. Not very good. We're just not. We're not doing good at all. We probably might demote to C rank again. At the rate we're going. Alright, let's go. Oh, something happened to criticality over here. 235. 15 seconds ahead. And he's still slowly getting away from me too. Ouch. I guess this car really does suck somehow. I'm not even worried about this race anymore, to be honest with you. I accept that I'm trash. Just have fun. And it's a beautiful track too, you know. Although I would like to have the non-chicane version soon, and maybe with the older Group C cars, the 787B, R992CP, the Peugeot, the Sauber C9. We need the Minolta, the 88 CB. We need that back. That would be nice to have that. And have a race themed before the chicane were added. So the no chicane version of the track. Damn, just like that he leaves? We got a whole bunch of quitters, man. That was pretty That was rough. That was rough. Not a good race. We're just kind of biding our time until the next race. But something happened to critically again. No, no, we'll just get out of here. We'll rage quit. We're already gonna lose rating anyway. Um, let's see here. So everybody's using the GR010, right? All right. See category, group one. Go to the tail, yeah, I do. All right, we'll use that. I'm gonna do qualifying time trial. Look at that advantage. I didn't even have that much horsepower when it came to the R18. That's crazy. And so I'm gonna snack on something real quick, and then we'll start with the qualifying. Yeah, I needed that food, something fierce, man. Man, eating all day. Alright, so now we gotta practice. Whoa! What was that? Now I see why people slip out so easy with this car. That extra gear really helps. Higher top speed, more power. This car's broken. We weren't even reaching 200 miles an hour with the R18. Now I see why I was going so slow. That's unfortunate. The other hypercars are just outclassed by this car. This car is overpowered. Simple as. And BOP is not doing anything about it. Okay. So just because we found a car that's more powerful, fundamentally, doesn't mean that we'll be skillful enough to use the car. So we still got to get practicing on this car, just so we can be competitive with everyone else. That was very sketchy. This boy has a lot of power. A lot of power. We were pretty close to our first lap. Oh, not too good there. Mind you, we're just still trying to mess around and see what's so special about this car. It turns out this car is really damn special. But at the same time, it's also very risky, very powerful. Can easily slip out from under you. "31 seconds, and we are pretty far ahead from our ghost now. Okay, nailed chicane 2. We are monstrously faster than our previous ghost, which was, messing around. That was a terrible corner. It's going to cost us. It's going to cost us some time. So, gotta remember, golden rule. Higher top speed means earlier braking point. Oh, wow. That's good. That's a new record for us. 3:33. Now we got to do faster. Wow, that screwed us over. I'm gonna actually turn on traction control. This is a little too much. What the fuck? Oh, we seriously did not shift in time. That screwed us over. Just gotta be careful with this corner over up ahead. We got some sections to work on. Let's go, baby. Wow, that screwed us over. Rough. That was good. That was good. I like that one. Now we just gotta be careful around the Tetra Rouge area. Could have been a bit better. That was awful. We still shaved about 2 seconds. Wow. Not cool, not cool. I could have been a bit faster. Why? We were doing so well, but that chicane ruined us. It was awful. Awful chicane too. Mm-hmm. Well, Mustan's corner was pretty good. It was awful. We need to turn on traction control. We cannot handle this car without traction control. was good. That was good. It could have been better, obviously. You almost killed the second off that too. We have issues with being able to remain consistent. Consistency. I can't even speak. The ability to remain consistent has been an issue for us this race. That's seen by this laps. We'll do one lap. We'll do one lap good, and then we'll just screw up the lap as soon as we start the next lap. It's awful. Yeah, I need to fix my settings. Our settings, assist settings. At least start with credit control 1. So chicane 1. Awful chicane 1. Seems to be a recurring pattern. That wasn't bad. That was very risky. Wow. My ghost had a better corner exit. That was good. That was great. Awesome. We made it through Tetra Rouge alive. Also really good. Ooh, 129. Almost at 128. The consistency problem remains the same. That's perfect. Maybe not perfect, but that was really good. You got us some time. Some much needed time. That was awful. We lost all the time we tried to fight for. Just like that, in an instant. No, I'm not even gonna bother. Wow. I should have got hit for that. Yeah, for sure. That was gonna be garbage. was good. We did it correctly this time. Not the best chicane too. Not giving us much distance here. We're late on the shift. That's unfortunate. Now it's closer than ever. Lost more time. Oh man. The braking push for Tetra Rouge is pretty pretty brutal. It was awful. That's good. Very aggressive. I like. They didn't get as much time though. So we need to be on point with the chicanes. We are not on point with our chicanes. Okay, so it's not about outbreaking my ghost right now. Pretty sure. Wow, my tail slid out and I lost it. That feels bad. I need a better brake reference for that corner, for Tetra Rouge, because like it's awful. I'm relying on the fucking gear selector recommendation as my braking point. Oopsies. Not a bad story. That was awful. Awful. Whew. Alright, let's keep going. Not exactly the best beginning start I could hope for. We were pretty slow through the chicane, but we had a marginally better corner exit. So we went through the chicane even slower, is what you're telling me. That was awful. That's serviceable. I think that sign is about as good as a braking distance that we can get. That feels decent to turn around. And we're gonna go to my favorite part. And been too slow. Yeah, we went too slow. Wow. We understeer off the track. Cool. Went in too hot. Went too hot. Too fast. Unreasonably too fast. I think the third total sign is gonna be or like the first total sign is gonna be our braking distance. Not the best start for sure. Rough. Nope. Marginally better. Wow. Perfect. No, it's just exactly what we wanted. For sure. Decent start. We're gonna get a penalty, aren't we? Yes, we did. Pretty good start. Let's keep it. Push the total sum. We hit the grass for no reason. Yeah, I saw that coming. Would have been nice. Come on, video game. And we slip out, unfortunately. Awful. Okay, how about this? We take a second to pull it off. Alright. Let's go to the garage real quick so we can put the tires permanently on racing mediums. Or 10 minutes to go. Let's see. For now, let's just see if we can calmly collect some laps. I guess what we mainly need. We made. Considering day one, I feel like this is a good lap for us. But we need to consistently be able to perform good laps, preferably at the 3:30 mark. Some of these guys are pretty fast, I must say. About halfway mark. We're heading back up, working our way up the track now. Pretty 50 laps Hasty lap. It's a pretty sloppy lap. That's 333. That was awful. We can do better. We have the technology. I could have gone on the gas a lot faster. And we didn't lose traction. That was a good chicane. I believe this lap would be the make it or break it lap. Unless we mess up and we'll restart right now. What? Are you serious? No way. Restart. This will be our last lap here before the race starts. Wow. We messed up so bad. We have to finish at 3:30 or faster. Wow. And we still messed it up anyway. Fuck. Alright, so we're stuck with 329. I'm surprised it affected the engine. without a shot. Bam. The power instantly came back on. You do it again. Doing a little trolling, doing a little messing around. All right, 5 seconds to start. Now we're starting third. Let's go, baby. The GTR is not bad. Very interesting choice of words. I'm inclined to believe what he's saying, but there's one huge problem. The GR010 exists. This car is ridiculously fast for what it is. And judging by the usage rate, basically everybody, including myself, is using it more than any other prototype machine. There's something wrong with the GR010, and Polyphony needs to do something about it. This car's broken. Or overpowered. It might be close to the broken part though. So Frank and a Brazil are going at it in front. I'm just chilling. I don't understand what the hell that means, but whatever. Frank collects a penalty. It's a white boy doing pretty well. A guy who vouched for the GTR just disappeared. Yeah, Frank takes his penalty. Frank's not handling this pretty well and gets another penalty. That wasn't exactly the best entry. We allowed White Boy to close in on us a little bit. Yeah, first year came was pretty bad. We're allowing White Boy to have a chance to catch up to us. Also remember middle. Wow. Nice penalty. Nice penalty. Very nice. So me and Frank got a penalty. Okay, we got a significantly better corner exit than White Boy did. So that'll help us out. But we are having issues with trying to keep up with Frank. That's terrible. Mm-hmm. That was 333. That was not good. Okay. That's decent. Well, White Boy's keeping up though. We didn't lose him, and he caught a slipstream. What was that, man? Well, something happened to the Brazil guy. Fuck! I didn't shift when I was supposed to. What the fuck, man? What was that? We could have raced side by side, but no. What the fuck? Get the hell on the road. You're so behind. Guess we'll pick this up. And now we're delayed back to 9 seconds. Wait, what happened to the Brazil guy? Just realized, oh, he probably pitted, maybe. Smacked into the wall. I hope that doesn't give me a fucking penalty. That would suck. That was BS, man. I saw that coming. Oh, so terrible. Well, like we did say earlier, consistency is not our strong suit. We have gotten a good qualifying lap, but I can't maintain the speed necessary to replicate that lap. And I keep making small little mistakes that are costing me time. And half a second feels really bad when you're talking about Group 1 cars. Like Metal is about to catch up because I keep making these terrible mistakes. Like that Mulsanne corner that I just hit just now, it was not good. I don't. Everything's just been awful. What's wrong with some of you guys? So we're about to catch up to V8 Volt 31. Yeah, a lot of people live in. Oh, are you serious? He's actually getting away? What did I mess up, man? That's the other thing. It's really hard to tell what you're messing up. This car's just so ballistic. Yeah, I figured as much. That was not that good. A whole lot better than the last race. The last two races, way better than those. Good race. We kept making a lot of personal mistakes. Also, the Brazilian guy left. So it seems like, yeah, just the first one to leave. Wow. I didn't even realize. Let's do another lap. We still can. Let's go, let's go. You really gotta focus on our consistency. Because just because we have a fast lap time don't mean shit. We can't get close to being able to replicate that same lap. Those guys were pretty tough too. I feel like how we improved over time with Red Bull Ring, we'll probably be able to get the hang of Sarth with this particular car. Pretty fast roll too. But I guess our main struggles to be for us to figure out what to be would be the chicanes. We've been complete garbage at the chicanes. Like I'm not even too worried about Mulsanne Corner. Mulsanne Corner, we have that one fairly well. We can hit it most of the time pretty well. That's probably thanks to all the damn hours of was it 700 pp WTC. Not good. Should hit a little earlier. Oh no, my controller's low. Hit the see something. Oh. Oh no, we messed up. We messed it up, man. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That's like the most fun part of the track, in my opinion. Yeah, another garbage lap. Excuse me. Alright, let's start off the race. Let's get to it. be starting off in second place in this particular race. Bro, why is it taking forever? Don't be scared, Dane Rosenberg. We got two Bergs here. A Heisenberg and a Rosenberg. Pad Auto Trans. Keys, Rem. CTR Ronin. Let's go, baby. That took forever to get into the lobby. Little baby. Catch me not. Let's go. Come here, Griff. Wow. That's rough. It's quite some time. We're behind Ram. At least the guy that was behind us really got lost. Griff is doing well to hold the lead. K&I is doing pretty well to catch up to Griff. K&I is pretty fast. I screwed up that. Nah. I'm so sad I screwed that up badly. Oh. I saw a chance and I took it. So it's gonna be me and Ram. Barrick probably could try to catch up to us as well. Heisenberg quit. Rest in peace, my friend. Rest in peace, my friend. Oh, hold it. Rem's doing really well. Got nearly a 3-second lead on me. But I'm still maintaining distance from Barrick. So let's just worry about the consistency of our gameplay. That was a little sketchy, but it seems that Rem had a similar sketchy corner exit out of Mulsanne corner. Ah. Okay, we killed half a second. Catch up to Rem. But Rem gained it back. $332, huh? Now he has a plus 3-second lead on me. This is rough. Rem's really good. Rem's pretty fast. I'm pretty slow on that second chicane. It's always the second chicane. Okay. We killed like 300 milliseconds off that. And we can't allow Lola Pass to catch up either. I like that. I like that. That was good. We eliminated 200 more milliseconds. I should have pitted. You did worse than last lap. Wow. That was awful. No, he's right behind me. Lola Pass is pretty fast too. Really close. Shit. That's my bad, bro. Yeah, that's my bad. I'm gonna have to pay that 2-second penalty next lap. That's too heavy. Could have went faster. Man, this is rough. Man, we're having a griff. Yeah, that's right. A little mayhem from lap 1. Or was it lap 2? Okay, we cool, we chilling. That was awful. But Pad Autotrans also didn't have a good time either. And Rams behind Pad Autotrans. Goes Ram. I need to hit that line better. I can carry 150. Did Lola Pass not take the pit stop? Interesting. Are they just that fast? I would be amazed. I love these amazing people, you know? Very skilled people. If that's the case. We're on track for a 3:31 lap time. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Nice. Two minutes and half a second. That was awful. That could have been a lot better. A lot better, a lot cleaner, a lot smoother, and definitely a lot faster. So we finished fourth. Yeah, Lollipops did pit. That boy's just that fast. You gotta give him credit, bro. That's amazing. Jesus Christ. I want to say that they're fast, but they left already. I think. Yeah. Except for Lollipops. Lollipops is fast as fuck, dude. I don't get it. Hold on, let me see this map. And he's on his way to be an A-rated driver. Dude's really good. And he does do the championship events as well. The manufacturer affiliation contract with Ferrari. Nice. That's really cool. It's really cool. You fast boy. I don't think you even have that. My page. Yeah, see, nothing. Yeah, I haven't done anything with that. Okay, I'm gonna AFK for a second. Gotta use the restroom. Bathroom. My own house. Bathroom.
know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play.
Oh man, joining back just in time. Even starting off in 4th place. Let's go. A Day Lightning with the reply back saying have a good race. I appreciate that. Was able to get a little snack just in time. Oh. Whoa, we almost lost control there. I'm gonna have to give up my 4th to this guy probably. we'll let Navy Vet go for it. That's some pride right there. Flying his flag. He was a Navy vet. Cool, cool. And the KNI 98. He was with this last race. Also a pretty fast driver. We'll be right beside you, bro. Let's go. Although that doesn't leave us with a very good exit speed, so K and I can still catch back up and overpass us. But Alejandro, on the other hand, probably keep him blocked off. I got bumped. And Glory Racing overtaking us, overtaking me and Alejandro, both in one shot. Pretty interesting. And maybe that also couldn't withstand Mulsanne corner. Now he's caught in all three. Oh no, Navy vet, why? And Roma with the 5.5 second penalty. I saw Alejandro also had a penalty as well. That was just not. That was just wild. What was that? Chose not a good line. Not a good line to choose. Glory went off-road a little bit. Oh no. We're understeering a bit too hard. Alejandro's still right behind us. Careful with Alejandro. Oh, this is Day of Lightning. Oh, that was Alejandro. What track limit was ignored? Okay, now he's gonna overtake us. I'm not just to let him have it. Whoa. I guess Dale Lightning didn't expect just how fast we were approaching the first chicane. Terrible second chicane. So we got to do really well on the Mulsanne corner. Got this, got this. That was a very sloppy corner exit. So these two are gonna get ahead. Man, we were doing pretty well to catch up too. But Alejandro and K&I are pretty damn fast. Good players. Good racers. Me and K&I gotta serve a penalty though. Oh, no. Ooh, so close. I didn't smack anybody. But I guess K&I probably thought I was gonna smack into him. And that's probably why he made the move he did. If that's the case, I apologize. That was terrible. No. Very, very... Oh, and I smacked the wall. Got my toes off. We entered that section at such a horrible speed. Dale's catching up too. He's only a minute and a second and a half away from us. K&I is going to walk away. Manzueta doing really good for themselves, 17 seconds ahead of us. And White also doing pretty well too. Very suboptimal first chicane. Oh, but at this point, it's not anything new for us, really. We really gotta step up our game. This 337 on a second lap is awful. Wow. Navy vet's catching up real fast. I find that corner to be pretty well. That was good. I like that one. We just got to keep doing that every other lap, if not better. K&I serves his penalty. Wow. I get smacked and a penalty on top of that. Lovely. Okay, so we're probably not going to even finish top 5 this race. What an awful lap. Just an awful race, period. It's like a awful display of performance on our part. We can be doing a whole lot better and not needed to be doing any of this crazy crap that's been happening on this race. We've been causing too much trouble. We've been taking part of too much trouble. That was awful. Another terrible chicane too. We've been missing every single second chicane, and it's costing us a lot. I guess you could say it's very well deserved. So let's just finish this race out the best that we possibly can. We still got to pit. So we'll use this lap to pit. We still got to serve a penalty, so. A second, like 1.70, 1.7 hundredth, it's not even hundredth, 700 milliseconds. So 1.7 seconds, already slower than my already slow 335. Gotta love it. Yeah, we're not trying in this race anymore. If not, I'm just gonna give myself a freaking headache. We gotta see how other people are like actually racing on this track. Imagine making so many mistakes and taking so many penalties that a guy who had a 5.5-second penalty at the beginning of the race catches up to you. Wild. But something must have happened to KNI. KNI is pretty fast. So when he took his lap, he should have been ahead. So something happened before I took my pit. Not really an optimal corner exit out of Mulsanne. Wow, we still hit the wall. Okay, we almost smacked into Romo, but Romo gave us some space. I appreciate him. Wow. Sorry, KNI. But he got smacked with another penalty as well. Yeah, we need to practice our chicanes. Our chicanes are awful. God awful. Well, Got to do an 8th place finish. Never mind, something happened to Wyatt and Wyatt rage quit. Now we're 7th. Whew, there it goes. We finished 7th, but in a non-feel-good, doesn't feel good basically. So we gotta hit up the qualifier for a lot longer. So we're probably gonna dodge queue for the next one and just continue practicing Le Mans. It's a good race. Yeah, makes bad. Sorry for bump. Oh, he already left the room. Damn. Oh, full exit. Qualifying time trial. Can do better than that. I think our opponents are pretty good and very well familiar with this track. I mean, like, I'm just so used to taking this track so slow because of the WTC 700. It's almost like a curse. Now that we're like using it like an actual fast car. I feel pretty good about that chicane. That's our problem chicane. I feel like that chicane's smaller than the first one. No, of course, we miss it. We miss it! You know, I'm pretty sure I was right about braking distance. But Wow, I'm gonna go off-roading. There's always a mistake to be made. That was weird. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't know if you can feel me tilting, but it's pretty much like right there. There we go. This track may look easy, but it's extremely hardcore. Especially with the fast car. Side note, this car is like definitely broken. I think the R18 that I was driving, the Audi R18, I think it struggled to even get to 180. Sure. They may have gone a little too ham on Tetra Rouge. Oh, no, 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 no. That was a 330. Not bad. That means we were on record for trying to get to beat our current lap record. That's not our mission. Our mission right now is to try to get better at consistently completing laps without destroying ourselves. Oh. That one I can understand. We're like losing time. It's like the whatever advantage we generated at the earlier part of the lap just got destroyed. All because of chicane 2. We could have had an over 1 second advantage. Nope. Wow. That should have been a whole lot better. We had a very good and smooth entry into that section. Of course, yeah. Of course. I blame WTC 700 for inflating my ego about this track. That was a terrible corner entry. Come on. I'll accept that one. Could have sworn I got the inside just enough. That's good. Steady. Oh, it's rough. Wow. Too many wows. I am beyond bewildered. Then start turning in early enough. Okay, this one we had a good start. That's terrible. Wow. That was good. It was good. Just good enough. No. It's really hard to find this very satisfactory, like I'm tilting my head off. I can only blame my controller so much. I can only blame others so much. We need to get good. No way. My rear slipped. All-wheel drive my ass. Like, how's my electric front end getting overpowered by by the rear end? Mm-hmm. So let's go. Of course. But of course, of course, of course. That's fine. That's fine. No good either. Yeah, that was whatever. Alright, alright. Okay. That should be legal. I want to complete this lap, regardless of whether it breaks the record or not. We're gonna go back to racing. That's mainly what I want to do. I'll get back in there and try to whoop some ass. This vlog has got hands, man. Are you serious? I am calmness. I am stone. Unfeeling. This truly was awful. But technically we raced. We got completed the lap clean. Alright. Is there a way that we can load someone else's ghost? Because we really need to figure out. We are not learning from ourselves, obviously. Global ranking. That's what Group A looks like. Rank A looks like. Let's do something more closer to our speed. That's okay. We'll learn from Great High, Skursai. Great High Skursai, I believe. Rule of the Ghost. No. I can tell that Ghost is fast. Whoa, he stops that early? Interesting. Wow. My car loses control of the rear. seems to be a very recurring trend today. And it's exactly why I put traction control on to begin with, because this car is just, oh, it sucks because you're obviously incentivized to use this car because this car has better gearing, has a higher top speed than every other hypercar that you're allowed to use. But it's also extremely finicky. It will go sideways. Just like I'm already slightly mad. Hold on, let me change the song. Because if not, I'm gonna go off the deep end for sure. I'm gonna. Whew. My lord. I need to be able to try to keep pace with this ghost. Alright, we barely made that turn. I was a little uh, sketchy on my side. Damn it! Excuse me, guys. I think we have a good feeling that we could probably duplicate that again. Nope. Man. Ooh. We're slowly keeping up at least. That's the goal. Learn from this ghost. Wow. It's that bad? It's that awful? And of course we spin out. Nope. Of course. We can't help it. We just can't. This is absurdly frustrating. Gonna put some serious time on here, man. I don't get when the turn-in actually happens. Oh boy. I am that close. This is not looking good for us. It's almost like we hit a plateau. Oh man. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Wow. I felt so good about that one too. Okay. I think at least I think I get that corner specifically. been relatively insufferable. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, we'll keep it up for the final stretch. No, come on, bro. Oh. That lap don't count. I don't know if that overrode the ghost, the clean one. You serious? There we go. Keep moving it. We keep making it a little faster. As long as we don't make that mistake, we should be pretty good. Ooh, that ruined me. I know we can probably hit close to that record. Okay, the way out we were a little faster. That's nice. I like that. That's fine. The second chicane does that we normally have problems with. Ow! I can't wrap my brain around. Wow! Keep it calm. Keep it calm. Wow, a track limit. Beautiful. Love it. I love those. I collect those all day, every day. Every hour. Maybe every second even. It's just too much. That was too slow. But we'll see. Let's go. Keep it up. Just follow the leader. Finally, some nuts guy to soothe my soul a little bit. I'm gonna need it, man. This has been atrocious. Like what? We've been at it for like almost 2 hours. Crazy. Damn it! I had a sneeze. That's good. Where did the track limit come from? If I can stop spinning out, that would be perfect. Make it happen. Make it happen. No spinning out. No, I don't like that. I know I'm gonna get hit with the penalty. It feels like such a last second maneuver. I think we're starting to reach a fatigue point. See if we can get into a race. We're hitting a fatigue point, and I'm gonna drive myself insane if we keep at it. Bless me. Damn, where'd these sneezes come from? Ah, went to go blow my nose. Oh. So where are we currently? The low end of B rating. But we got some points, so we won't get demoted from this race. Should things go completely south and for the worst. And knowing us, that might happen. So I need to stay. I need to stay on it. Hmm. Other than that, this this race is pretty fun. It's just that, you know, it's basically a one make race. If you want to have any shot at like a competition with other people, you have to use the GR010. If not, you're just gonna get blown out the water. So for me to do how I did with the R18, I don't feel that bad. So R18 could barely hit like 180 before reaching a chicane. So if PD needs to do something about the dominance of the GR010, the BOP needs to be balanced. Obviously, it is not. That is not the case. I don't know how they would be able to do that though, you know? Man, see, we are starting 5th place. Another day losing driver rating. It was Slade. Oh, Slade. Slade's in 14th, yeah. That's rough. Hold on, Slade. Hold on. So S Quintero. Quintero's back. That's a pretty fast guy. Very fast. Turismo Sun 75. Look at that. This dude is doing really good with the GTR. Red 5 standing by. Got some unique people here. Man's flashing his beams everywhere. The hell's my radar? There we go. What the hell is going on? What is this? And yo, intro doesn't get the penalty either. That's wild. Yeah, sure, whatever. And so we still managed to maintain our position in the sixth. Served our penalty. Hey, there you go. Got Turismo-san behind us. And we gotta catch up with Cam. Yeah. That's intro cuts the chicane. Funny enough, it's the second time. Let's go, baby. Made it. Damn it. Wow. Wow. That's bull. That's garbage. Absolute trash. What the fuck, man? I'm about to figuratively crash out. And so right now we're beneath. We're trying to hunt down Technica Lima. Got this. What the fuck, dude? I'm about to toss my controller out the window. Hmm. It's funny because Slade Wilson was also complaining about losing driver rating. He's having a good race right now so far. Wow! Why? Bro, I hate the track limits in this course. They're so garbage. We served another penalty. This is quite frustrating. Very much frustrating. Get me out of here. Eighth. Come on. I gotta catch up with intro. Gotta separate ourselves from Technical Lima. Right there. Us not. Of course, we fucked that up. Run faster through that corner, so I'm gonna lie about that. Oh man, we finish 7th, middle of the road, as usual. Not bad. Today could have been a whole lot worse, despite all my bitching. But yeah, we did good. We did good today. Yeah, look at that. Finished 20 seconds ahead of the GTR. It's a shame. The car could have been something, but it's not enough. Oh man. All fast. Like, Hmm. I guess I could do a little we'll play some Bleach. Spent how many hours playing? I think I did like an hour reacting to Rufumon Raffle Waffle, his video. So that meant I probably played for about 5 hours. Sheesh. It's 7:30. And we spent a lot of time. All right. Actually, nah. We're not gonna have time for Bleach, but we'll probably make up for Bleach by playing some tomorrow. Other than that, for anyone that managed to stop by, I appreciate you stopping by and giving this a view. It makes uh it really helps us out here. We're trying to develop a channel, and then we're going through the growing pains. We will tough it out, and I'll try to continue to be better as a commentator and content creator. So until the next time, we'll see each other. We'll see each other tomorrow. Y'all have a good day.